It's English fluency training. In this session, you'll boost your speaking and listening skills with engaging exercises designed to help you speak more naturally and confidently. Whether you're preparing for an exam, a job interview, or just looking to improve your everyday conversations, this training will help you speak English with ease. Let's get started. Curious, curious, meaning eager to know or learn something. Eager to know or learn something. She was curious about the new neighbours who just moved in. She was curious about the new neighbours who just moved in. Disheartened, disheartened, meaning having lost determination or confidence, discouraged. Having lost determination or confidence, discouraged. He felt disheartened after receiving multiple rejections. He felt disheartened after receiving multiple rejections. Vulnerable, vulnerable, meaning susceptible to physical or emotional harm. Susceptible to physical or emotional harm. She felt vulnerable after sharing her secret with him. She felt vulnerable after sharing her secret with him. Eager, eager, meaning wanting to do or have something very much. Wanting to do or have something very much. He was eager to start his new job. He was eager to start his new job. Bitter, bitter, meaning having or showing a strong resentment or disappointment. Having or showing a strong resentment or disappointment. He felt bitter about the unfair treatment he received. He felt bitter about the unfair treatment he received. Skeptical, skeptical, meaning not easily convinced, having doubts or reservations. Not easily convinced, having doubts or reservations. She was skeptical about the claims made in the advertisement. She was skeptical about the claims made in the advertisement. Cheerful, cheerful, meaning noticeably happy and optimistic. Noticeably happy and optimistic. He was always cheerful, even on rainy days. He was always cheerful, even on rainy days. Dejected, dejected, meaning sad and depressed, dispirited. Sad and depressed, dispirited. She felt dejected after failing the exam. She felt dejected after failing the exam. Ashamed, ashamed, meaning embarrassed or guilty because of one's actions, characteristics, or associations. Embarrassed or guilty because of one's actions, characteristics, or associations. He was ashamed of his behaviour at the party. He was ashamed of his behaviour at the party. Inspired, inspired, meaning filled with the urge or ability to do something, especially something creative. Filled with the urge or ability to do something, especially something creative. She felt inspired after attending the motivational seminar. She felt inspired after attending the motivational seminar. Regretful, regretful, meaning feeling or showing regret. Feeling or showing regret. He was regretful for not attending the wedding. He was regretful for not attending the wedding. Proud, proud, meaning feeling deep pleasure or satisfaction as a result of one's own achievements, qualities or possessions. Feeling deep pleasure or satisfaction as a result of one's own achievements, qualities or possessions. She was proud of her daughter for graduating with honours. She was proud of her daughter for graduating with honours. Perplexed, perplexed, meaning completely baffled, very puzzled. Completely baffled, very puzzled. She was perplexed by the confusing instructions. She was perplexed by the confusing instructions. Yearning, yearning, meaning a feeling of intense longing for something. A feeling of intense longing for something. She felt a yearning to return to her childhood home. She felt a yearning to return to her childhood home. Infuriated, infuriated, meaning extremely angry, extremely angry. He was infuriated by the rude comment. He was infuriated by the rude comment. Confident, confident, meaning feeling or showing confidence in oneself, self-assured. Feeling or showing confidence in oneself, self-assured. She felt confident going into the interview. She felt confident going into the interview. Amazed, amazed, meaning greatly surprised or impressed. Greatly surprised or impressed. He was amazed by the magician's performance. He was amazed by the magician's performance. Isolated, isolated, meaning feeling alone or apart from others. Feeling alone or apart from others. She felt isolated after moving to a new city. She felt isolated after moving to a new city. Sorrowful, sorrowful, meaning feeling or showing deep distress, sadness or regret. Feeling or showing deep distress, sadness or regret. The news of his passing left her feeling sorrowful. The news of his passing left her feeling sorrowful. Startled, startled, meaning surprised and slightly frightened. Surprised and slightly frightened. She was startled by the sudden loud noise. She was startled by the sudden loud noise. Reluctant, reluctant, meaning unwilling and hesitant. Unwilling and hesitant. He was reluctant to take on the additional responsibilities. He was reluctant to take on the additional responsibilities. Rejuvenated, rejuvenated, meaning feeling fresher, younger, or more lively. Feeling fresher, younger, or more lively. After a long holiday, she felt rejuvenated and ready to return to work. After a long holiday, she felt rejuvenated and ready to return to work. Lonely, lonely, meaning sad because one has no friends or company. Sad because one has no friends or company. He felt lonely after all his friends moved away. He felt lonely after all his friends moved away. Vindicated, vindicated, meaning clear of blame or suspicion, justified. Clear of blame or suspicion, justified. She felt vindicated when the truth came out. She felt vindicated when the truth came out. Ecstatic, ecstatic, meaning overwhelmingly happy. Overwhelmingly happy. She was ecstatic when she received the job offer. She was ecstatic when she received the job offer. Melancholy, melancholy, meaning a deep, persistent sadness. A deep, persistent sadness. The old house filled her with a sense of melancholy. The old house filled her with a sense of melancholy. Apprehensive, apprehensive, meaning anxious or fearful about the future. Anxious or fearful about the future. He felt apprehensive about starting his new job. He felt apprehensive about starting his new job. Elated, elated, meaning extremely happy and excited. Extremely happy and excited. She was elated to hear the good news. She was elated to hear the good news. Disillusioned, disillusioned, meaning disappointed by something previously admired or believed. Disappointed by something previously admired or believed. He felt disillusioned with the political system. He felt disillusioned with the political system. Jubilant, jubilant, meaning feeling or expressing great happiness and triumph. Feeling or expressing great happiness and triumph. The team was jubilant after winning the championship. The team was jubilant after winning the championship. Anxious, anxious, meaning worried or uneasy about something. Worried or uneasy about something. She felt anxious before the big presentation. She felt anxious before the big presentation. Envious, envious, meaning feeling of discontented or resentful longing for someone else's possessions or qualities. Feeling of discontented or resentful longing for someone else's possessions or qualities. He was envious of his friend's success. He was envious of his friend's success. Content, content, meaning in a state of peaceful happiness. In a state of peaceful happiness. She felt content with her simple lifestyle. She felt content with her simple lifestyle. Apathetic, apathetic, meaning showing or feeling no interest, enthusiasm or concern. Showing or feeling no interest, enthusiasm or concern. He was apathetic about the upcoming election. He was apathetic about the upcoming election. Overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. Meaning, feeling overpowered by emotions or situations. Feeling overpowered by emotions or situations. She felt overwhelmed by the amount of work on her desk. She felt overwhelmed by the amount of work on her desk. Pensive. Pensive. Meaning, engaged in deep or serious thought. Engaged in deep or serious thought. He sat in a pensive mood, reflecting on his life. He sat in a pensive mood, reflecting on his life. Exasperated. Exasperated. Meaning, intensely irritated and frustrated. Intensely irritated and frustrated. She was exasperated by her brother's constant interruptions. She was exasperated by her brother's constant interruptions. Nostalgic. Nostalgic. Meaning, longing for the past, often with a sense of sadness. Longing for the past, often with a sense of sadness. Looking through old photos made her feel nostalgic. Looking through old photos made her feel nostalgic. Resentful. Resentful. Meaning, feeling bitterness or indignation at having been treated unfairly. Feeling bitterness or indignation at having been treated unfairly. He was resentful of the favoritism shown by his boss. He was resentful of the favoritism shown by his boss. Astonished. Astonished. Meaning, greatly surprised or impressed. Amazed. Greatly surprised or impressed. Amazed. She was astonished by the unexpected gift. She was astonished by the unexpected gift. Frustrated. Frustrated. Meaning, feeling or expressing distress and annoyance, especially because of an inability to change or achieve something. Feeling or expressing distress and annoyance, especially because of an inability to change or achieve something. She was frustrated by the lack of progress. She was frustrated by the lack of progress. Hopeful. Hopeful. Meaning, feeling or inspiring optimism about a future event. Feeling or inspiring optimism about a future event. He remained hopeful that things would improve. He remained hopeful that things would improve. Conflicted. Conflicted. Meaning, having or showing feelings that are contradictory. Having or showing feelings that are contradictory. She felt conflicted about moving to a new city. She felt conflicted about moving to a new city. Relieved. Relieved. Meaning, feeling reassurance and relaxation after a period of anxiety. Feeling reassurance and relaxation after a period of anxiety. He was relieved when he found his lost wallet. He was relieved when he found his lost wallet. Insecure, insecure, meaning lacking confidence or assurance, self-doubtful. Lacking confidence or assurance, self-doubtful. She felt insecure about her abilities at work. She felt insecure about her abilities at work. Grateful, grateful, meaning feeling or showing thanks or appreciation. Feeling or showing thanks or appreciation. She was grateful for the help she received from her friends. She was grateful for the help she received from her friends. Bewildered, bewildered, meaning completely puzzled or confused. Completely puzzled or confused. He was bewildered by the complex instructions. He was bewildered by the complex instructions. Affectionate, affectionate, meaning showing love and tenderness. Showing love and tenderness. She gave him an affectionate hug. She gave him an affectionate hug. Impatient, impatient, meaning having or showing a tendency to be quickly irritated or provoked. Having or showing a tendency to be quickly irritated or provoked. He grew impatient waiting in the long line. He grew impatient waiting in the long line. Guilty, guilty, meaning feeling responsible for a specified wrongdoing. Feeling responsible for a specified wrongdoing. She felt guilty about forgetting her friend's birthday. She felt guilty about forgetting her friend's birthday. Resigned, resigned, meaning accepting something unpleasant that one cannot do anything about. Accepting something unpleasant that one cannot do anything about. He was resigned to the fact that he would have to work late. He was resigned to the fact that he would have to work late. Exhilarated, exhilarated, meaning feeling very happy, animated or elated. Feeling very happy, animated or elated. She felt exhilarated after finishing the marathon. She felt exhilarated after finishing the marathon. Distraught, distraught, meaning deeply upset and agitated. Deeply upset and agitated. She was distraught after hearing the bad news. She was distraught after hearing the bad news. Sympathetic, sympathetic, meaning feeling, showing or expressing sympathy. Feeling, showing or expressing sympathy. He was sympathetic to her struggles. He was sympathetic to her struggles. Dismayed, dismayed, meaning feeling distressed or upset by something unexpected. Feeling distressed or upset by something unexpected. She was dismayed by the sudden cancellation of the event. She was dismayed by the sudden cancellation of the event. Admiring, admiring, meaning showing respect and warm approval. Showing respect and warm approval. He looked at her with an admiring gaze. He looked at her with an admiring gaze. Embarrassed, embarrassed, meaning feeling awkward, self-conscious or ashamed. Feeling awkward, self-conscious or ashamed. She felt embarrassed after tripping in front of the crowd. She felt embarrassed after tripping in front of the crowd. Indifferent, indifferent, meaning having no particular interest or sympathy, unconcerned. Having no particular interest or sympathy, unconcerned. He was indifferent to the outcome of the game. He was indifferent to the outcome of the game. Optimistic, optimistic, meaning hopeful and confident about the future. Hopeful and confident about the future. She was optimistic about her chances of getting the job. She was optimistic about her chances of getting the job. Humbled, humbled, meaning feeling a modest or low estimate of one's importance. Feeling a modest or low estimate of one's importance. He was humbled by the outpouring of support from his friends. He was humbled by the outpouring of support from his friends. You can call me anytime if you need help. You can call me anytime if you need help. Can you pass me the salt, please? Can you pass me the salt, please? She can play the guitar beautifully. She can play the guitar beautifully. Can I join you for lunch tomorrow? Can I join you for lunch tomorrow? We can go to the beach this weekend. We can go to the beach this weekend. He can run faster than anyone in his class. He can run faster than anyone in his class. Can I ask you a question about the homework? Can I ask you a question about the homework? You can stay here for the night if you'd like. You can stay here for the night if you'd like. They can start the meeting without us. They can start the meeting without us. Can you drive me to the airport on Friday? Can you drive me to the airport on Friday? He can fix almost anything in the house. He can fix almost anything in the house. Can your sister swim? Can your sister swim? You can reach me via email anytime. You can reach me via email anytime. Can we have a meeting later today? Can we have a meeting later today? She can bake the best cookies in town. She can bake the best cookies in town. Can you tell me the time, please? Can you tell me the time, please? We can finish this project before the deadline. We can finish this project before the deadline. Can I help you carry those bags? Can I help you carry those bags? He can lift heavy weights at the gym. He can lift heavy weights at the gym. Can I have the recipe for that cake? Can I have the recipe for that cake? You can park your car over there. You can park your car over there. Can we discuss this matter tomorrow? Can we discuss this matter tomorrow? She can teach you how to play the piano. She can teach you how to play the piano. Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? We can plan a trip for next month. We can plan a trip for next month. I can't believe how cold it is today. I can't believe how cold it is today. She can't make it to the meeting tomorrow. She can't make it to the meeting tomorrow. I can't find my phone anywhere. I can't find my phone anywhere. We can't go to the concert. The tickets are sold out. We can't go to the concert. The tickets are sold out. He can't drive because he lost his license. He can't drive because he lost his license. I can't hear you. Can you speak louder? I can't hear you. Can you speak louder? They can't come to the party this weekend. They can't come to the party this weekend. You can't park here. It's a no parking zone. You can't park here. It's a no parking zone. She can't swim, so we need to stay in the shallow end. She can't swim, so we need to stay in the shallow end. I can't finish this project without your help. I can't finish this project without your help. He can't join the team because of his injury. He can't join the team because of his injury. I can't remember where I put my glasses. I can't remember where I put my glasses. We can't leave until the meeting is over. We can't leave until the meeting is over. She can't stop laughing at the joke. She can't stop laughing at the joke. I can't wait to see you next week. I can't wait to see you next week. They can't afford to buy a new car right now. They can't afford to buy a new car right now. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that. We can't go outside because it's raining heavily. We can't go outside because it's raining heavily. He can't come to the phone right now. He can't come to the phone right now. You can't enter without a ticket. You can't enter without a ticket. She can't stay awake any longer. She's exhausted. She can't stay awake any longer. She's exhausted. I can't open this jar. It's too tight. I can't open this jar. It's too tight. He can't play football today because he has homework. He can't play football today because he has homework. I can't agree with you on that point. I can't agree with you on that point. We can't continue this discussion without more data. We can't continue this discussion without more data. I will call you when I get home. I will call you when I get home. She will bring the cake to the party. She will bring the cake to the party. Will you help me move this table? Will you help me move this table? They will arrive at the airport by noon. They will arrive at the airport by noon. I will finish this report by the end of the day. I will finish this report by the end of the day. Will we need to buy more groceries for the weekend? Will we need to buy more groceries for the weekend? He will study hard for his exams next week. He will study hard for his exams next week. We will meet at the cafe around 5 p.m. We will meet at the cafe around 5 p.m. Will you join us for dinner tonight? Will you join us for dinner tonight? She will let us know her decision tomorrow. She will let us know her decision tomorrow. I will send you the document later today. I will send you the document later today. Do you think it will rain tomorrow? Do you think it will rain tomorrow? We will be on holiday next month. We will be on holiday next month. Will you take care of my plants while I'm away? Will you take care of my plants while I'm away? He will fix the car as soon as the parts arrive. He will fix the car as soon as the parts arrive. I will help you with the presentation if you need it. I will help you with the presentation if you need it. They will attend the conference next week. They will attend the conference next week. Will you be free to chat later today? Will you be free to chat later today? She will visit her grandparents this weekend. She will visit her grandparents this weekend. I will try my best to solve the problem. I will try my best to solve the problem. Will you remind me to send that email? Will you remind me to send that email? He will bring his dog to the park tomorrow. He will bring his dog to the park tomorrow. We will need to leave early to beat the traffic. We will need to leave early to beat the traffic. Will the shop be open on Sunday? Will the shop be open on Sunday? I will make sure everything is ready before the meeting. I will make sure everything is ready before the meeting. I won't be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow. I won't be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow. She won't forget your birthday. She won't forget your birthday. He won't stop talking about his new job. He won't stop talking about his new job. They won't come to the party because they have other plans. They won't come to the party because they have other plans. I won't let you down, I promise. I won't let you down, I promise. The car won't start no matter how many times I try. The car won't start no matter how many times I try. She won't agree with that idea. It's too risky. She won't agree with that idea. It's too risky. He won't eat vegetables, no matter how they're cooked. He won't eat vegetables, no matter how they're cooked. We won't finish this project on time without more help. We won't finish this project on time without more help. I won't leave until you're ready to go. I won't leave until you're ready to go. They won't allow pets in the building. They won't allow pets in the building. She won't travel this summer due to work commitments. She won't travel this summer due to work commitments. The kids won't go to bed unless you read them a story. The kids won't go to bed unless you read them a story. He won't answer the phone when he's in a meeting. He won't answer the phone when he's in a meeting. The weather won't be good for hiking tomorrow. The weather won't be good for hiking tomorrow. I won't stay up late tonight. I'm exhausted. I won't stay up late tonight. I'm exhausted. He won't let anyone else drive his car. He won't let anyone else drive his car. We won't be able to afford a holiday this year. We won't be able to afford a holiday this year. I won't be available for lunch tomorrow. I won't be available for lunch tomorrow. The TV won't turn on. Something must be wrong with it. The TV won't turn on. Something must be wrong with it. She won't listen to anyone's advice on this matter. She won't listen to anyone's advice on this matter. I won't go to the gym today. I'm feeling too tired. I won't go to the gym today. I'm feeling too tired. The restaurant won't be open on Sunday. The restaurant won't be open on Sunday. He won't attend the event because he's out of town. He won't attend the event because he's out of town. We won't move forward without a proper plan. We won't move forward without a proper plan. See eye to eye. See eye to eye. Meaning, to agree with someone. To agree with someone. Fortunately, we see eye to eye on how to approach this project. Fortunately, we see eye to eye on how to approach this project. Paint the town red. Paint the town red. Meaning, to go out and have a great time. To go out and have a great time. After receiving her promotion, she decided to paint the town red with her friends. After receiving her promotion, she decided to paint the town red with her friends. A breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air. Meaning, something new and refreshing. Something new and refreshing. Her innovative ideas were like a breath of fresh air for the team. Her innovative ideas were like a breath of fresh air for the team. Birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. Meaning, people with similar interests or characteristics tend to associate with each other. People with similar interests or characteristics tend to associate with each other. It's no surprise they are friends. Birds of a feather flock together. It's no surprise they are friends. Birds of a feather flock together. All that glitters is not gold. All that glitters is not gold. Meaning, not everything that looks valuable or attractive is necessarily so. Not everything that looks valuable or attractive is necessarily so. The antique shop looked inviting, but remember that all that glitters is not gold. The antique shop looked inviting, but remember that all that glitters is not gold. Chasing rainbows. Chasing rainbows. Meaning, pursuing unrealistic goals or dreams. Pursuing unrealistic goals or dreams. While it's great to have dreams, chasing rainbows can lead to disappointment. While it's great to have dreams, chasing rainbows can lead to disappointment. Butterflies in my stomach. Butterflies in my stomach. Meaning, feeling nervous or anxious. Feeling nervous or anxious. I always get butterflies in my stomach before giving a presentation. I always get butterflies in my stomach before giving a presentation. In full swing. In full swing. Meaning, at the height of activity or progress. At the height of activity or progress. The festival is in full swing, with music and dancing all around. The festival is in full swing, with music and dancing all around. It's a small world. It's a small world. Meaning, used to express surprise at the unexpected encounter with someone. Used to express surprise at the unexpected encounter with someone. I ran into my childhood friend in Paris. It's a small world after all. I ran into my childhood friend in Paris. It's a small world after all. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. Meaning, I have no idea. I am just as uncertain. I have no idea. I am just as uncertain. I don't know why he left early. Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know why he left early. Your guess is as good as mine. Come rain or shine. Come rain or shine. Meaning, no matter what happens, regardless of the circumstances. No matter what happens, regardless of the circumstances. I'll be there for you, come rain or shine. I'll be there for you, come rain or shine. Down to the wire. Down to the wire. Meaning, until the very last moment, at the final stages. until the very last moment, at the final stages. The project went down to the wire, but we managed to submit it on time. The project went down to the wire, but we managed to submit it on time. Put your best foot forward. Put your best foot forward. Meaning, to make a good impression by trying your hardest. To make a good impression by trying your hardest. During the interview, make sure to put your best foot forward. During the interview, make sure to put your best foot forward. In the same boat. In the same boat. Meaning, in a similar situation or predicament. In a similar situation or predicament. We're all in the same boat, trying to navigate these changes together. We're all in the same boat, trying to navigate these changes together. Salt of the earth. Salt of the earth. Meaning, a very good and honest person. A very good and honest person. He's the salt of the earth, always ready to help those in need. He's the salt of the earth, always ready to help those in need. The tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg. Meaning, a small, visible part of a much larger problem. A small, visible part of a much larger problem. The issues we're facing are just the tip of the iceberg. The issues we're facing are just the tip of the iceberg. Up in arms. Up in arms. Meaning, very angry or upset about something. Very angry or upset about something. The community was up in arms over the proposed construction project. The community was up in arms over the proposed construction project. A leopard can't change its spots. A leopard can't change its spots. Meaning, people cannot change their inherent nature. People cannot change their inherent nature. I doubt he'll change his habits. A leopard can't change its spots. I doubt he'll change his habits. A leopard can't change its spots. Leave no stone unturned. Leave no stone unturned. Meaning, to search thoroughly for something. To search thoroughly for something. We'll leave no stone unturned in our investigation. We'll leave no stone unturned in our investigation. Under your nose. Under your nose. Meaning, something happening right in front of you without your notice. Something happening right in front of you without your notice. The answer was right under your nose the whole time. The answer was right under your nose the whole time. Every dog has its day. Every dog has its day. Meaning, everyone will have their chance to succeed or be recognized. Everyone will have their chance to succeed or be recognized. He may not be popular now, but every dog has its day. He may not be popular now, but every dog has its day. What's done is done. What's done is done. Meaning, accepting that something cannot be changed. Accepting that something cannot be changed. We made mistakes, but what's done is done. Let's move forward. We made mistakes, but what's done is done. Let's move forward. All in good time. All in good time. Meaning, something will happen when the time is right. Something will happen when the time is right. Don't rush the process. It will all happen all in good time. Don't rush the process. It will all happen all in good time. Affable. Affable. Meaning, friendly, good-natured and easy to talk to. Friendly, good-natured and easy to talk to. John's affable nature made him a favourite among his co-workers. John's affable nature made him a favourite among his co-workers. Altruistic. Altruistic. Meaning, unselfishly concerned for the welfare of others. Unselfishly concerned for the welfare of others. Her altruistic actions helped raise funds for the homeless. Her altruistic actions helped raise funds for the homeless. Amiable. Amiable. Meaning, having a friendly and pleasant manner. Having a friendly and pleasant manner. Sarah was known for her amiable demeanour, always greeting people with a smile. Sarah was known for her amiable demeanour, always greeting people with a smile. Approachable. Approachable. Meaning, friendly and easy to talk to. Friendly and easy to talk to. As a manager, it's important to be approachable so your team feels comfortable coming to you. As a manager, it's important to be approachable so your team feels comfortable coming to you. Authentic. Authentic. Meaning, genuine and real. Genuine and real. He was an authentic person, always true to his values and beliefs. He was an authentic person, always true to his values and beliefs. Benevolent. Benevolent. Meaning, well-meaning and kindly. Well-meaning and kindly. The benevolent teacher often stayed after class to help students who were struggling. The benevolent teacher often stayed after class to help students who were struggling. Charismatic. Charismatic. Meaning, having a magnetic charm or appeal. Having a magnetic charm or appeal. Her charismatic personality drew people to her wherever she went. Her charismatic personality drew people to her wherever she went. Charming, charming, meaning pleasant or attractive in personality or manner. Pleasant or attractive in personality or manner. His charming smile could win over even the most skeptical of people. His charming smile could win over even the most skeptical of people. Compassionate, compassionate, meaning feeling or showing sympathy for others. Feeling or showing sympathy for others. Her compassionate nature led her to volunteer at the animal shelter. Her compassionate nature led her to volunteer at the animal shelter. Considerate, considerate, meaning thoughtful of the feelings and needs of others. Thoughtful of the feelings and needs of others. He was always considerate, holding the door open for others. He was always considerate, holding the door open for others. Conscientious, conscientious, meaning wishing to do what is right, especially in work or duty. Wishing to do what is right, especially in work or duty. She is a conscientious employee who pays great attention to detail. She is a conscientious employee who pays great attention to detail. Cooperative, cooperative, meaning willing to work with others towards a common goal. Willing to work with others towards a common goal. The cooperative team successfully completed the project ahead of schedule. The cooperative team successfully completed the project ahead of schedule. Courteous, courteous, meaning polite, respectful, or considerate in manner. Polite, respectful, or considerate in manner. The courteous waiter ensured that all the guests were well taken care of. The courteous waiter ensured that all the guests were well taken care of. Decisive, decisive, meaning able to make decisions quickly and confidently. Able to make decisions quickly and confidently. A decisive leader is essential during times of crisis. A decisive leader is essential during times of crisis. Dependable, dependable, meaning trustworthy and reliable. Trustworthy and reliable. She was a dependable friend who was always there when you needed her. She was a dependable friend who was always there when you needed her. Diligent, diligent, meaning hard-working and careful in doing something. Hard-working and careful in doing something. His diligent efforts helped him excel in his career. His diligent efforts helped him excel in his career. Diplomatic, diplomatic, meaning skilled in dealing with sensitive matters or people. Skilled in dealing with sensitive matters or people. His diplomatic approach helped resolve the conflict without any drama. His diplomatic approach helped resolve the conflict without any drama. Empathetic. Empathetic. Meaning, understanding and sharing the feelings of others. Understanding and sharing the feelings of others. Her empathetic nature made her a great listener and friend. Her empathetic nature made her a great listener and friend. Enthusiastic. Enthusiastic. Meaning, showing intense and eager enjoyment or interest. Showing intense and eager enjoyment or interest. His enthusiastic attitude was contagious, motivating the entire team. His enthusiastic attitude was contagious, motivating the entire team. Ethical. Ethical. Meaning, morally good or correct. Morally good or correct. As an ethical leader, she always acted with integrity and fairness. As an ethical leader, she always acted with integrity and fairness. Flexible. Flexible. Meaning, willing to adapt to new situations. Willing to adapt to new situations. Being flexible allows you to handle unexpected changes with ease. Being flexible allows you to handle unexpected changes with ease. Friendly. Friendly. Meaning, kind, pleasant, and supportive. Kind, pleasant, and supportive. Her friendly smile made everyone feel welcome. Her friendly smile made everyone feel welcome. Generous. Generous. Meaning, willing to give more of something than is expected. Willing to give more of something than is expected. His generous donations helped the charity reach its goal. His generous donations helped the charity reach its goal. Genuine. Genuine. Meaning, truly what something is said to be. Sincere. Truly what something is said to be. Sincere. His genuine concern for others made him a beloved leader. His genuine concern for others made him a beloved leader. Gracious. Gracious. Meaning, courteous, kind, and pleasant. Courteous, kind, and pleasant. Even in defeat, she was gracious, congratulating the winner sincerely. Even in defeat, she was gracious, congratulating the winner sincerely. Hard-working. Hard-working. Meaning, putting in a lot of effort and care into one's work. Putting in a lot of effort and care into one's work. His hard-working nature earned him the respect of his peers. His hard-working nature earned him the respect of his peers. Honest. Honest. Meaning, truthful and sincere. Truthful and sincere. She was known for being honest, even when it was difficult. She was known for being honest, even when it was difficult. Humble. Humble. Meaning, having or showing a modest or low estimate of one's importance. Having or showing a modest or low estimate of one's importance. Despite his fame, he remained humble and down to earth. Despite his fame, he remained humble and down to earth. Imaginative, imaginative, meaning creative and able to come up with original ideas. Creative and able to come up with original ideas. Her imaginative mind always came up with unique solutions to problems. Her imaginative mind always came up with unique solutions to problems. Inclusive, inclusive, meaning open to including all kinds of people, ideas, etc. Open to including all kinds of people, ideas, etc. She fosters an inclusive environment where everyone feels they belong. She fosters an inclusive environment where everyone feels they belong. Inquisitive, inquisitive, meaning curious and eager to learn. Curious and eager to learn. His inquisitive nature led him to explore new opportunities constantly. His inquisitive nature led him to explore new opportunities constantly. Inspirational, inspirational, meaning providing motivation or encouragement. Providing motivation or encouragement. Her speech was inspirational and motivated the team to work harder. Her speech was inspirational and motivated the team to work harder. Intuitive, intuitive, meaning understanding something instinctively. Understanding something instinctively. She had an intuitive sense of what people needed in difficult situations. She had an intuitive sense of what people needed in difficult situations. Kind-hearted, kind-hearted, meaning having a caring and gentle nature. Having a caring and gentle nature. Her kind-hearted gestures brightened everyone's day. Her kind-hearted gestures brightened everyone's day. Level-headed, level-headed, meaning calm and sensible in difficult situations. Calm and sensible in difficult situations. Her level-headed approach helped solve the issue quickly and efficiently. Her level-headed approach helped solve the issue quickly and efficiently. Loyal, loyal, meaning faithful and dedicated to someone or something. Faithful and dedicated to someone or something. She remained loyal to her friends, even in tough times. She remained loyal to her friends, even in tough times. Modest, modest, meaning not overly confident or boastful, humble. Not overly confident or boastful, humble. Despite his success, he was modest about his achievements. Despite his success, he was modest about his achievements. Motivated, motivated, meaning eager to achieve goals or complete tasks. Eager to achieve goals or complete tasks. She is highly motivated and never gives up on her goals. She is highly motivated and never gives up on her goals. Nurturing, nurturing, meaning providing care and encouragement. Providing care and encouragement. Her nurturing personality made her a great mentor to younger employees. Her nurturing personality made her a great mentor to younger employees. Open-minded, open-minded, meaning willing to consider new ideas and perspectives. Willing to consider new ideas and perspectives. Being open-minded helped him learn from diverse viewpoints. Being open-minded helped him learn from diverse viewpoints. Optimistic, optimistic, meaning hopeful and confident about the future. Hopeful and confident about the future. Her optimistic outlook helped everyone stay positive during challenging times. Her optimistic outlook helped everyone stay positive during challenging times. Organized, organized, meaning methodical and efficient in arranging or planning tasks. Methodical and efficient in arranging or planning tasks. Her organized approach to work ensured that everything ran smoothly. Her organized approach to work ensured that everything ran smoothly. Patient, patient, meaning able to accept or tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming annoyed. Able to accept or tolerate delays, problems, or suffering without becoming annoyed. He was patient with his students, no matter how many times they needed help. He was patient with his students, no matter how many times they needed help. Perceptive, perceptive, meaning having or showing insight and understanding. Having or showing insight and understanding. Her perceptive comments during the meeting made everyone think more deeply. Her perceptive comments during the meeting made everyone think more deeply. Persistent, persistent, meaning continuing firmly despite challenges. Continuing firmly despite challenges. Her persistent attitude helped her achieve her goals against all odds. Her persistent attitude helped her achieve her goals against all odds. Polite, polite, meaning showing good manners towards others. Showing good manners towards others. He was always polite, even when people were rude to him. He was always polite, even when people were rude to him. Proactive, proactive, meaning taking action in advance to address future problems or needs. Taking action in advance to address future problems or needs. Her proactive approach ensured the project was completed ahead of schedule. Her proactive approach ensured the project was completed ahead of schedule. Respectful, respectful, meaning showing admiration or consideration for others. Showing admiration or consideration for others. He was respectful of everyone's opinions during the discussion. He was respectful of everyone's opinions during the discussion. Responsible, responsible, meaning capable of being trusted with important tasks. Capable of being trusted with important tasks. She is a responsible leader who takes her role seriously. She is a responsible leader who takes her role seriously. Sincere, sincere, meaning genuine in feelings or actions. Genuine in feelings or actions. His sincere apology was accepted by everyone involved. His sincere apology was accepted by everyone involved. Supportive, supportive, meaning providing encouragement or emotional help. Providing encouragement or emotional help. Her supportive nature made her a great friend and confidant. Her supportive nature made her a great friend and confidant. Tactful, tactful, meaning having or showing sensitivity in dealing with others or with difficult issues. Having or showing sensitivity in dealing with others or with difficult issues. She gave tactful feedback to avoid hurting anyone's feelings. She gave tactful feedback to avoid hurting anyone's feelings. Thoughtful, thoughtful, meaning showing consideration for the needs of others. Showing consideration for the needs of others. His thoughtful gesture of bringing flowers brightened her day. His thoughtful gesture of bringing flowers brightened her day. Trustworthy, trustworthy, meaning able to be relied on as honest or truthful. Able to be relied on as honest or truthful. You can leave your valuables with her. She is very trustworthy. You can leave your valuables with her. She is very trustworthy. Understanding, understanding, meaning sympathetically aware of other people's feelings and situations. Sympathetically aware of other people's feelings and situations. His understanding nature made it easy for people to open up to him. His understanding nature made it easy for people to open up to him. Upbeat, upbeat, meaning cheerful and optimistic. Cheerful and optimistic. She always has an upbeat attitude, even during tough times. She always has an upbeat attitude, even during tough times. Valiant, valiant, meaning possessing or showing courage and determination. Possessing or showing courage and determination. The valiant firefighter saved the family from the burning building. The valiant firefighter saved the family from the burning building. Versatile, versatile, meaning able to adapt or be adapted to many different functions or activities. Able to adapt or be adapted to many different functions or activities. Her versatile skill set allows her to succeed in various roles at the company. Her versatile skill set allows her to succeed in various roles at the company. Warm-hearted, warm-hearted, meaning kind, friendly, and sympathetic. Kind, friendly, and sympathetic. His warm-hearted nature made him beloved by all his friends. His warm-hearted nature made him beloved by all his friends. Wise, wise, meaning having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment. Having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment. Her wise advice helped me avoid making a big mistake. Her wise advice helped me avoid making a big mistake. Witty. Witty, meaning showing quick and inventive verbal humour. Showing quick and inventive verbal humour. His witty remarks kept everyone entertained at the dinner party. His witty remarks kept everyone entertained at the dinner party. Zealous. Zealous, meaning passionate and enthusiastic in support of a cause or activity. Passionate and enthusiastic in support of a cause or activity. Her zealous commitment to animal rights inspired others to get involved. Her zealous commitment to animal rights inspired others to get involved. Could get is a modal verb construction that combines could, the past tense of can, which is also used as a modal verb to indicate possibility, permission, or ability, with the base verb get. Here are a few ways could get is typically used in English. Possibility, indicating something that might happen. Example, it could get very cold tonight. Ability, describing what someone was able to obtain or achieve in the past. Example, when I was young, I could get up early without any trouble. Permission, suggesting that it was or is permissible to obtain something. Example, he said we could get a snack from the kitchen. Here are 50 example sentences using could get. If we hurry, we could get there before it starts raining. If we hurry, we could get there before it starts raining. She could get the job if she applies soon. She could get the job if she applies soon. You could get sick if you don't wear a coat. You could get sick if you don't wear a coat. They could get lost in the forest without a map. They could get lost in the forest without a map. We could get a better view from the balcony. We could get a better view from the balcony. I could get a ride with my neighbour. I could get a ride with my neighbour. You could get a discount if you buy in bulk. You could get a discount if you buy in bulk. He could get promoted if he works hard. He could get promoted if he works hard. She could get angry if you tell her the truth. She could get angry if you tell her the truth. They could get injured playing that sport. They could get injured playing that sport. We could get dinner after the movie. We could get dinner after the movie. I could get more information from the website. I could get more information from the website. You could get an A if you study more. You could get an A if you study more. He could get the flu from his classmates. He could get the flu from his classmates. She could get more customers with better advertising. She could get more customers with better advertising. They could get fined for parking illegally. They could get fined for parking illegally. We could get help from a professional. We could get help from a professional. I could get there faster by bike. I could get there faster by bike. You could get a better deal online. You could get a better deal online. He could get bored during the lecture. He could get bored during the lecture. She could get confused with too many instructions. She could get confused with too many instructions. They could get trapped in the snowstorm. They could get trapped in the snowstorm. We could get a refund if we're not satisfied. We could get a refund if we're not satisfied. I could get inspired by a good book. I could get inspired by a good book. You could get tired if you don't rest. You could get tired if you don't rest. He could get hurt climbing that tree. He could get hurt climbing that tree. She could get surprised by the party. She could get surprised by the party. They could get delayed by traffic. They could get delayed by traffic. We could get a dog from the shelter. We could get a dog from the shelter. I could get frustrated with this puzzle. I could get frustrated with this puzzle. You could get more likes on your post with a better photo. You could get more likes on your post with a better photo. He could get homesick while travelling. He could get homesick while travelling. She could get offended by that comment. She could get offended by that comment. They could get a grant for their research. They could get a grant for their research. We could get tickets to the concert. We could get tickets to the concert. I could get better results with a tutor. I could get better results with a tutor. You could get a stain on your shirt. You could get a stain on your shirt. He could get recognized for his work. He could get recognized for his work. She could get a scholarship for her grades. She could get a scholarship for her grades. They could get married next year. They could get married next year. We could get stuck in traffic. We could get stuck in traffic. I could get upset over small things. I could get upset over small things. You could get promoted quickly in this company. You could get promoted quickly in this company. He could get injured playing football. He could get injured playing football. She could get a loan for her business. She could get a loan for her business. They could get a new house soon. They could get a new house soon. We could get a surprise visit from friends. We could get a surprise visit from friends. I could get access to the VIP section. I could get access to the VIP section. You could get better at cooking with practice. You could get better at cooking with practice. He could get a better offer from another company. He could get a better offer from another company. Should get is a modal verb construction that combines should with the base verb get. Should is used to give advice, make recommendations, express expectations, or suggest that something is desirable or necessary. Advice, suggesting a course of action. Example, you should get more sleep. Recommendation, proposing something as beneficial. Example, he should get a flu shot. Expectation, indicating what is anticipated or required. Example, students should get their assignments in on time. Here are 50 example sentences using should get. You should get your eyes checked regularly. You should get your eyes checked regularly. She should get a promotion for her hard work. She should get a promotion for her hard work. They should get to the airport early. They should get to the airport early. He should get more exercise. He should get more exercise. You should get a second opinion from another doctor. You should get a second opinion from another doctor. We should get a bigger car for the family. We should get a bigger car for the family. She should get her driver's license soon. She should get her driver's license soon. They should get more practice before the game. They should get more practice before the game. You should get vaccinated before travelling. You should get vaccinated before travelling. He should get a haircut. He should get a haircut. She should get some rest. She should get some rest. They should get involved in community service. They should get involved in community service. We should get a new coffee machine. We should get a new coffee machine. You should get a tutor for algebra. You should get a tutor for algebra. He should get his car serviced. He should get his car serviced. She should get her own bank account. She should get her own bank account. They should get an accountant for their business. They should get an accountant for their business. We should get tickets in advance. We should get tickets in advance. You should get a warranty for that appliance. You should get a warranty for that appliance. He should get a hobby. He should get a hobby. She should get professional help. She should get professional help. They should get more sleep. They should get more sleep. We should get insurance for the house. We should get insurance for the house. You should get a flu shot every year. You should get a flu shot every year. He should get a passport. He should get a passport. She should get a new pair of glasses. She should get a new pair of glasses. They should get their own place. They should get their own place. We should get together more often. We should get together more often. You should get your teeth cleaned regularly. You should get your teeth cleaned regularly. He should get a new phone. He should get a new phone. She should get some fresh air. She should get some fresh air. They should get an education. They should get an education. We should get the latest software update. We should get the latest software update. You should get a healthier diet. You should get a healthier diet. He should get a financial advisor. He should get a financial advisor. She should get more sunlight. She should get more sunlight. They should get a better job. They should get a better job. We should get a pet. We should get a pet. You should get your hearing checked. You should get your hearing checked. He should get a lawyer. He should get a lawyer. She should get more creative with her cooking. She should get more creative with her cooking. They should get an energy-efficient car. They should get an energy-efficient car. We should get a new roof. We should get a new roof. You should get regular checkups. You should get regular checkups. He should get a second chance. He should get a second chance. She should get better grades. She should get better grades. They should get a new computer. They should get a new computer. We should get a refund. We should get a refund. You should get a better internet plan. You should get a better internet plan. He should get more time off work. He should get more time off work. Would get is a modal verb construction combining would with the base verb get. Would is used to indicate a conditional situation, a habitual action in the past, or a polite request or offer. Conditional situations, describing what might happen under certain conditions. Example: if I had more money, I would get a new car. Hypothetical situations, describing an imagined scenario or potential outcome. Example: if she studied harder, she would get better grades. Habitual actions in the past, talking about repeated actions or routines in the past. Example: when I was a child, we would get ice cream every Sunday. Here are 50 example sentences using would get. If I had the chance, I would get a degree in computer science. If I had the chance, I would get a degree in computer science. She would get upset if you told her the truth. She would get upset if you told her the truth. They would get more customers if they lowered their prices. They would get more customers if they lowered their prices. We would get a refund if the product was defective. We would get a refund if the product was defective. He would get a promotion if he worked harder. He would get a promotion if he worked harder. I would get a new laptop if I could afford it. I would get a new laptop if I could afford it. You would get better results if you followed the instructions. You would get better results if you followed the instructions. They would get lost without a GPS. They would get lost without a GPS. She would get the job if she applied. She would get the job if she applied. We would get to the party on time if we left now. We would get to the party on time if we left now. He would get a bonus if he met his sales targets. He would get a bonus if he met his sales targets. I would get sick if I ate that food. I would get sick if I ate that food. You would get more out of the course if you attended every class. You would get more out of the course if you attended every class. They would get angry if you cancelled the meeting. They would get angry if you cancelled the meeting. She would get tired if she worked late. She would get tired if she worked late. We would get along better if we communicated more. We would get along better if we communicated more. He would get in trouble if he broke the rules. He would get in trouble if he broke the rules. I would get frustrated if my computer crashed. I would get frustrated if my computer crashed. You would get a headache if you didn't drink enough water. You would get a headache if you didn't drink enough water. They would get bored if the lecture was too long. They would get bored if the lecture was too long. She would get scared if she watched a horror movie. She would get scared if she watched a horror movie. We would get the best seats if we booked early. We would get the best seats if we booked early. He would get sunburned if he didn't use sunscreen. He would get sunburned if he didn't use sunscreen. I would get more exercise if I joined a gym. I would get more exercise if I joined a gym. You would get a cold if you went out in the rain. You would get a cold if you went out in the rain. They would get confused if the instructions weren't clear. They would get confused if the instructions weren't clear. She would get better grades if she studied more. She would get better grades if she studied more. We would get a better view if we stood closer. We would get a better view if we stood closer. He would get home earlier if he took the train. He would get home earlier if he took the train. I would get more sleep if I went to bed earlier. I would get more sleep if I went to bed earlier. You would get stronger if you lifted weights regularly. You would get stronger if you lifted weights regularly. They would get happier if they spent more time together. They would get happier if they spent more time together. She would get a tan if she spent time in the sun. She would get a tan if she spent time in the sun. We would get richer if we invested wisely. We would get richer if we invested wisely. He would get thinner if he cut out junk food. He would get thinner if he cut out junk food. I would get better at cooking if I practiced more. I would get better at cooking if I practiced more. You would get smarter if you read more books. You would get smarter if you read more books. They would get healthier if they ate more vegetables. They would get healthier if they ate more vegetables. She would get more respect if she was more assertive. She would get more respect if she was more assertive. We would get more work done if we stayed focused. We would get more work done if we stayed focused. He would get more friends if he was more outgoing. He would get more friends if he was more outgoing. I would get a new car if I saved enough money. I would get a new car if I saved enough money. You would get more attention if you dressed up. You would get more attention if you dressed up. They would get the contract if they made a better offer. They would get the contract if they made a better offer. She would get to school on time if she woke up earlier. She would get to school on time if she woke up earlier. We would get more support if we explained our plan clearly. We would get more support if we explained our plan clearly. He would get more clients if he advertised more. He would get more clients if he advertised more. I would get better results if I tried a different approach. I would get better results if I tried a different approach. You would get more enjoyment out of life if you relaxed more. You would get more enjoyment out of life if you relaxed more. They would get a better deal if they negotiated. They would get a better deal if they negotiated. Wake up. I usually wake up at 7 a.m. Get up. We get up early to exercise. Wash up. We need to wash up after dinner. Take off. I always take off my shoes as soon as I enter the house. Put on. He put on his jacket before leaving. Eat out. I decided that we should eat out tonight. Pick up. Can you pick up some milk on the way home? Drop off. I'll drop off the package at the post office. Run out. We've run out of floor cleaner. Clean up. It's time to clean up the kitchen. Turn on. Please turn on the lights. Turn off. Don't forget to turn off the oven. Look after. I look after my younger brother on school nights. Brush up. She needs to brush up on her French. Go out. We plan to go out for a movie tonight. Check in. I will check in at the hotel at 3 p.m. Check out. We need to check out early to catch our flight. Set off. We set off for the mountains at dawn. Speed up. We need to speed up to make it to the airport on time. Get in. Let's get in the car and start our road trip. Get out. It's time to get out and stretch our legs after the long drive. Hold up. We can't hold up the bus. Everyone's waiting. Set out. They set out on a journey across the country. Look around. Take a moment to look around and enjoy the view. Drop by. We could drop by a local cafe for a quick drink. Catch up. They needed to catch up with their tour group. Look forward to. I look forward to meeting you at the airport. Pack up. We had to pack up all our belongings and head home. Head back. Let's head back to the hotel before it gets dark. Stop over. I want to stop over in Paris for 2 days. Clock in. Employees need to clock in by 9 a.m. Clock out. I always clock out at the same time. Take on. He will take on additional responsibilities. Hand in. Can I hand in the report tomorrow? Look up to. I look up to my supervisor. Carry out. We need to carry out the project review before the end of the week. Deal with. I usually deal with customer complaints. Set up. They set up a new branch office. Call off. We had to call off the meeting due to unexpected technical issues. Take over. I will take over the department next year. Get ahead. He works hard to get ahead in his career. Put off. The boss put off the meeting until next week. Get along. I get along well with my colleagues. turn down. I have to turn down the job offer. Break down. We should break down the task into smaller parts. Look up. I need to look up the definition of this word. Hand out. Please hand out the assignments. Hand in. Students must hand in their essays by Friday. Fall behind. I started to fall behind in my studies after missing a week of classes. Drop out. He decided to drop out of school. Keep up. He finds it hard to keep up with the lessons. Sign up. I'm going to sign up for a new course. Take in. It's a lot of information to take in at once. Go over. Let's go over the answers. Write down. Please write down the answers in your notebooks. Work out. Everything should work out if we stick to the schedule. Figure out. I need to figure out how to solve this problem. Stay behind. I decided to stay behind after class. Read up on. I need to read up on all the key theories we've covered in class. Drop in. I might drop in on the study group. Dive into. I'm excited to dive into my new painting project this weekend. Give up. I think I'm going to give up playing the guitar. Join in. I didn't want to join in, but Lucy insisted. Keen on. He's really keen on learning to play the guitar. Hang out. Let's hang out at the park this weekend. Chill out. After a long week, I just want to chill out and watch a movie. Get into. I would like to get into photography. Work on. I'm excited to work on my new woodworking project this weekend. Put together. They put together a scrapbook. Take out. I'll take out my camera to capture some photos of the sunset. Back out. You agreed to come. You can't back out now. Come over. Come over and we can work on our projects together. Mess around. Let's mess around with some new recipes this weekend. Try out. I'm going to try out this new hiking trail tomorrow. Wind down. I like to wind down by reading a book. Work out. I work out at the gym every morning. Warm up. I need to warm up before I start running. Cool down. Don't forget to cool down after exercise. Work off. I work off stress by jogging. Bulk up. He wants to bulk up for the competition. Cut down. She's trying to cut down on sugar. Take up. I think I'm going to take up yoga to improve my flexibility. Give up. I need to give up smoking immediately. Stay up. I stay up late most nights watching TV. Cut out. She wants to cut out carbs from her diet. Come down with. He had come down with the flu. Get over. It took me a few weeks to get over the flu. Build up. I am trying to build up my stamina. Ease off. She decided to ease off the heavy lifting for a while. Check up. I need to check up on a few things with the doctor. Look for. I need to look for a new dress. Pick out. Let's pick out some gifts for the holidays. Try on. Feel free to try on those jackets before you buy them. Pop into. I need to pop into the supermarket for some milk. Take back. He decided to take back the shirt because it didn't fit. Shop around. They shop around for the best deals. Stock up. We need to stock up on groceries. Sell out. Sunday newspapers often sell out by 10 o'clock. Dress up. She decided to dress up for the party. Splash out. I decided to splash out on a luxury watch for my anniversary. Queue up. We will need to queue up first. Try out. I want to try out these headphones before I buy them. Pick up. I need to pick up some groceries on my way home. Pay for. I will pay for my shopping with my credit card. Go with. He decided to go with the blue tie. Cut up. She cut up the vegetables. Boil over. Watch the pot so it doesn't boil over. Mix up. We need to mix up the ingredients. Sprinkle on. Please sprinkle on some grated cheese before serving the pasta. Slice up. Slice up the vegetables for the stir-fry. Put in. He put in too much salt. Thicken up. Let the sauce simmer to thicken up. Pig out. We decided to pig out on pizza and ice cream for movie night. Pick at. Don't pick at your food. Whip up. I can quickly whip up a delicious pasta dish for dinner. Peel off. Peel off the outer layers of the garlic before chopping it. Fry up. I'll fry up some eggs for breakfast. Serve up. I'll serve up the pasta once it's ready. Melt down. The cheese will melt down into a gooey layer over the pasta. Dish out. He started to dish out the cookies from the tray. Log in. Log in to your account. Log out. Don't forget to log out. Click on. To access the file, click on the link in the email. Shut down. Shut down the computer when it is not in use. Hack into. Someone tried to hack into the company's secure database last night. Turn down. Turn down the volume, please. Plug in. Plug in the USB drive to access your files. Boot up. Wait for the computer to boot up before starting work. Break down. The software may break down if it's not updated regularly. Back up. Always back up your files. Look up. Look up the settings in the Help menu. Opt in. To receive the newsletter, you need to opt in through the settings. Print out. Print out the report before the meeting. Hook up. Hook up the new printer to your computer. Scroll down. Scroll down to see more options. Clear up. The weather will clear up in a few hours. Bucket down. It started to bucket down just as we were heading out. Heat up. The temperature is expected to heat up later this afternoon. Break through. The sun managed to break through the thick fog. Freeze up. The heavy frost caused the windshield to freeze up overnight. Blow over. The storm will blow over soon. Cloud over. The sky began to cloud over, signalling an approaching storm. Dry up. The rain should dry up by afternoon. Blow away. The strong wind caused the papers to blow away across the garden. Flare up. Weather conditions can flare up unexpectedly during the storm season. Brighten up. The weather will brighten up by midday with the sun coming out. Freeze over. The pond will freeze over tonight due to the plummeting temperatures. Pelt down. The rain started to pelt down, soaking everything outside. Fog up. The windows fog up in cold weather. Pour down. The rain continued to pour down. Impetuous, impetuous, meaning acting or done quickly and without thought or care. Acting or done quickly and without thought or care. His impetuous decision to quit his job surprised everyone. His impetuous decision to quit his job surprised everyone. Vex, vex, meaning make someone feel annoyed, frustrated, or worried, especially with trivial matters. Make someone feel annoyed, frustrated, or worried, especially with trivial matters. The constant delays began to vex the passengers who were eager to reach their destination. The constant delays began to vex the passengers who were eager to reach their destination. Dwindle, dwindle, meaning to diminish gradually in size, amount, or strength. To diminish gradually in size, amount, or strength. The crowd began to dwindle as the concert ended. The crowd began to dwindle as the concert ended. Jubilant, jubilant, meaning feeling or expressing great happiness and triumph. Feeling or expressing great happiness and triumph. The team was jubilant after winning the championship. The team was jubilant after winning the championship. Evoke, evoke, meaning to bring or recall to the conscious mind. To bring or recall to the conscious mind. The music began to evoke deep emotions in the audience. The music began to evoke deep emotions in the audience. Wistful, wistful, meaning having or showing a feeling of vague or regretful longing. Having or showing a feeling of vague or regretful longing. She gave a wistful smile as she looked at the old photograph. She gave a wistful smile as she looked at the old photograph. Hapless, hapless, meaning unfortunate, having bad luck. Unfortunate, having bad luck. The hapless traveller missed his flight due to a sudden storm. The hapless traveller missed his flight due to a sudden storm. Bewilder, bewilder, meaning to cause someone to become perplexed and confused. To cause someone to become perplexed and confused. The magician's tricks were designed to bewilder the audience. The magician's tricks were designed to bewilder the audience. Linger, linger, meaning to stay in a place longer than necessary. To stay in a place longer than necessary. The fog began to linger over the valley, refusing to lift. The fog began to linger over the valley, refusing to lift. Meander, meander, meaning to follow a winding course. To follow a winding course. She let her thoughts meander as she walked through the quiet park. She let her thoughts meander as she walked through the quiet park. Resilient, resilient, meaning able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. Able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. The resilient child bounced back after the setback. The resilient child bounced back after the setback. Quaint. Quaint. Meaning attractively unusual or old-fashioned. Attractively unusual or old-fashioned. The quaint cottage was nestled in the countryside. The quaint cottage was nestled in the countryside. Scuffle. Scuffle. Meaning a short, confused fight or struggle. A short, confused fight or struggle. A scuffle broke out between the two rivals. A scuffle broke out between the two rivals. Bemoan. Bemoan. Meaning to express discontent or sorrow over something. To express discontent or sorrow over something. I don't want to bemoan the missed opportunities, but rather focus on what lies ahead. I don't want to bemoan the missed opportunities, but rather focus on what lies ahead. Nostalgic. Nostalgic. Meaning feeling sentimental about the past. Feeling sentimental about the past. Listening to the old songs made her feel nostalgic. Listening to the old songs made her feel nostalgic. Revel. Revel. Meaning to enjoy oneself in a lively and noisy way. To enjoy oneself in a lively and noisy way. I like to revel in the excitement of live concerts. I like to revel in the excitement of live concerts. Gnarled. Gnarled. Meaning knobbly, rough and twisted, especially with age. Knobbly, rough and twisted, especially with age. The gnarled tree had stood in the field for centuries. The gnarled tree had stood in the field for centuries. Mirth. Mirth. Meaning amusement, especially as expressed in laughter. Amusement, especially as expressed in laughter. The room was filled with mirth as the comedian performed. The room was filled with mirth as the comedian performed. Subtle. Subtle. Meaning so delicate or precise as to be difficult to analyze or describe. So delicate or precise as to be difficult to analyze or describe. There was a subtle change in his attitude after the meeting. There was a subtle change in his attitude after the meeting. Dappled. Dappled. Meaning marked with spots or rounded patches. Marked with spots or rounded patches. The sunlight shone through the dappled leaves of the trees. The sunlight shone through the dappled leaves of the trees. Whimsical. Whimsical. Meaning playfully quaint or fanciful, especially in an appealing way. Playfully quaint or fanciful, especially in an appealing way. The whimsical decor of the cafe made it a favourite among locals. The whimsical decor of the cafe made it a favourite among locals. Tranquil, tranquil, meaning free from disturbance, calm. Free from disturbance, calm. The tranquil waters of the lake reflected the clear blue sky. The tranquil waters of the lake reflected the clear blue sky. Elusive, elusive, meaning difficult to find, catch, or achieve. Difficult to find, catch, or achieve. The elusive cat always managed to escape capture. The elusive cat always managed to escape capture. Skeptical, skeptical, meaning not easily convinced, having doubts or reservations. Not easily convinced, having doubts or reservations. She was skeptical about the new plan's success. She was skeptical about the new plan's success. Zealous, zealous, meaning having or showing zeal, enthusiasm for a cause. Having or showing zeal, enthusiasm for a cause. The zealous volunteers worked tirelessly to complete the project. The zealous volunteers worked tirelessly to complete the project. Banter, banter, meaning the playful and friendly exchange of teasing remarks. The playful and friendly exchange of teasing remarks. The banter between the colleagues made the long day enjoyable. The banter between the colleagues made the long day enjoyable. Melancholy, melancholy, meaning a deep, pensive and long-lasting sadness. A deep, pensive and long-lasting sadness. He felt a sense of melancholy as he walked through the empty streets. He felt a sense of melancholy as he walked through the empty streets. Enrapture, enrapture, meaning give intense pleasure or joy to. Give intense pleasure or joy to. The movie seemed to enrapture the entire crowd. The movie seemed to enrapture the entire crowd. Fortitude, fortitude, meaning courage in pain or adversity. Courage in pain or adversity. She showed great fortitude in the face of illness. She showed great fortitude in the face of illness. Serendipity, serendipity, meaning the occurrence of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. The occurrence of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. It was pure serendipity that they met at the cafe. It was pure serendipity that they met at the cafe. Luminous, luminous, meaning full of or shedding light, bright or shining. Full of or shedding light, bright or shining. The luminous stars lit up the night sky. The luminous stars lit up the night sky. Revelry, revelry, meaning lively and noisy festivities. Lively and noisy festivities. The revelry continued until the early hours of the morning. The revelry continued until the early hours of the morning. Aptitude. Aptitude. Meaning, a natural ability to do something. A natural ability to do something. She showed an aptitude for mathematics at an early age. She showed an aptitude for mathematics at an early age. Sundry. Sundry. Meaning, of various kinds. Several. Of various kinds. Several. The shop sold sundry items ranging from tools to trinkets. The shop sold sundry items ranging from tools to trinkets. Grimace. Grimace. Meaning, an ugly, twisted expression on a person's face, typically expressing disgust or pain. An ugly, twisted expression on a person's face, typically expressing disgust or pain. He made a grimace as the bitter medicine went down. He made a grimace as the bitter medicine went down. Rejuvenate. Rejuvenate. Meaning, make someone or something look or feel better, younger, or more vital. Make someone or something look or feel better, younger, or more vital. The fresh mountain air seemed to rejuvenate his energy. The fresh mountain air seemed to rejuvenate his energy. Ephemeral. Ephemeral. Meaning, lasting for a very short time. Lasting for a very short time. The ephemeral beauty of the sunset left everyone in awe. The ephemeral beauty of the sunset left everyone in awe. Wry. Wry. Meaning, using or expressing dry, especially mocking, humour. Using or expressing dry, especially mocking, humour. He gave a wry smile when asked about the failed project. He gave a wry smile when asked about the failed project. Parched. Parched. Meaning, dried out with heat, extremely thirsty. Dried out with heat, extremely thirsty. The parched land awaited the monsoon rains. The parched land awaited the monsoon rains. Gleam. Gleam. Meaning, shine brightly, especially with reflected light. Shine brightly, especially with reflected light. The freshly polished car began to gleam under the sunlight. The freshly polished car began to gleam under the sunlight. Thwart. Thwart. Meaning, prevent someone from accomplishing something. Prevent someone from accomplishing something. The hero managed to thwart the villain's plans at the last moment. The hero managed to thwart the villain's plans at the last moment. Juncture. Juncture. Meaning, a particular point in events or time. A particular point in events or time. At this critical juncture, the company decided to pivot its strategy. At this critical juncture, the company decided to pivot its strategy. Quell. Quell, meaning to put an end to a rebellion or other disorder, typically by the use of force. To put an end to a rebellion or other disorder, typically by the use of force. The police were called in to quell the disturbance. The police were called in to quell the disturbance. Scant, scant, meaning barely sufficient or adequate. Barely sufficient or adequate. The scant amount of food was not enough to feed everyone. The scant amount of food was not enough to feed everyone. Tacit, tacit, meaning understood or implied without being stated. Understood or implied without being stated. There was a tacit agreement between the two to avoid certain topics. There was a tacit agreement between the two to avoid certain topics. Crestfallen, crestfallen, meaning sad and disappointed. Sad and disappointed. He was crestfallen when he heard the news of his rejection. He was crestfallen when he heard the news of his rejection. Bask, bask, meaning lie exposed to warmth and light, typically from the sun, for relaxation and pleasure. Lie exposed to warmth and light, typically from the sun, for relaxation and pleasure. She loved to bask in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. She loved to bask in the warm glow of the afternoon sun. Oblivious, oblivious, meaning not aware of or not concerned about what is happening around one. Not aware of or not concerned about what is happening around one. She was oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her as she read her book. She was oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her as she read her book. Falter, falter, meaning start to lose strength or momentum. Start to lose strength or momentum. He started to falter during his speech, his confidence slipping away. He started to falter during his speech, his confidence slipping away. Fickle, fickle, meaning changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties, interests, or affection. Changing frequently, especially as regards one's loyalties, interests, or affection. The fickle weather made it hard to plan outdoor activities. The fickle weather made it hard to plan outdoor activities. Quash, quash, meaning to reject or void, especially by legal procedure. To reject or void, especially by legal procedure. The judge decided to quash the motion. The judge decided to quash the motion. Veer, veer, meaning to change direction suddenly. To change direction suddenly. The ship began to veer off course as the storm intensified. The ship began to veer off course as the storm intensified. Grumble, grumble, meaning to complain about something in a bad-tempered way. to complain about something in a bad-tempered way. The workers began to grumble about the extended hours. The workers began to grumble about the extended hours. Sift. Sift. Meaning, to examine thoroughly so as to isolate that which is most important or useful. To examine thoroughly so as to isolate that which is most important or useful. He had to sift through numerous job applications to find the most qualified candidates. He had to sift through numerous job applications to find the most qualified candidates. Gloat. Gloat. Meaning, to dwell on one's own success or another's misfortune with smugness. To dwell on one's own success or another's misfortune with smugness. He couldn't help but gloat over his opponent's defeat. He couldn't help but gloat over his opponent's defeat. Quiver. Quiver. Meaning, to tremble or shake with a slight rapid motion. To tremble or shake with a slight rapid motion. She could feel her hands quiver with excitement. She could feel her hands quiver with excitement. Froth. Froth. Meaning, a mass of small bubbles in liquid caused by agitation, fermentation, or salivation. A mass of small bubbles in liquid caused by agitation, fermentation, or salivation. The froth on top of the coffee was thick and creamy. The froth on top of the coffee was thick and creamy. Flaunt. Flaunt. Meaning, to display something ostentatiously, especially in order to provoke envy or admiration. To display something ostentatiously, especially in order to provoke envy or admiration. She loved to flaunt her new designer handbag. She loved to flaunt her new designer handbag. Sprawl. Sprawl. Meaning, to sit, lie, or fall with one's arms and legs spread out in an ungainly or awkward way. To sit, lie, or fall with one's arms and legs spread out in an ungainly or awkward way. I want to sprawl out on the beach and soak up the sun. I want to sprawl out on the beach and soak up the sun. Clutch. Clutch. Meaning, to grasp or seize something tightly or eagerly. To grasp or seize something tightly or eagerly. I had to clutch the railing tightly to avoid slipping on the icy steps. I had to clutch the railing tightly to avoid slipping on the icy steps. Leverage. Leverage. Meaning, the exertion of force or influence to gain advantage. The exertion of force or influence to gain advantage. She used her position to leverage a better deal for her company. She used her position to leverage a better deal for her company. Mitigate. Mitigate. Meaning, to make less severe or painful. To make less severe or painful. The doctor gave him medication to mitigate the pain. The doctor gave him medication to mitigate the pain. Subdue, subdue, meaning to overcome or bring under control, often by force. To overcome or bring under control, often by force. The police were able to subdue the unruly crowd. The police were able to subdue the unruly crowd. Shun, shun, meaning to persistently avoid, ignore, or reject someone or something through antipathy or caution. To persistently avoid, ignore, or reject someone or something through antipathy or caution. She chose to shun the noisy crowd and spend the afternoon in quiet solitude. She chose to shun the noisy crowd and spend the afternoon in quiet solitude. Throb, throb, meaning to beat with a strong, regular rhythm, pulsate steadily. To beat with a strong, regular rhythm, pulsate steadily. The old engine continued to throb with a steady rhythm as it warmed up. The old engine continued to throb with a steady rhythm as it warmed up. Bring about, bring about, meaning to cause something to happen, to cause something to happen. We want to bring about this change in an orderly fashion. We want to bring about this change in an orderly fashion. Set about, meaning to begin or start doing something. To begin or start doing something. She set about cleaning the house after the party. She set about cleaning the house after the party. Come about, meaning to happen or occur. To happen or occur. How did this misunderstanding come about? How did this misunderstanding come about? Go about, meaning to deal with or approach a task. To deal with or approach a task. He didn't know how to go about solving the issue. He didn't know how to go about solving the issue. Talk about, meaning to discuss something, to discuss something. We need to talk about your future at the company. We need to talk about your future at the company. Think about, meaning to consider or reflect on something. To consider or reflect on something. I think we need to go away and think about this. I think we need to go away and think about this. Worry about, meaning to be concerned about something. To be concerned about something. Don't worry about the exam. You'll do great. Don't worry about the exam. You'll do great. Run about, meaning to move around aimlessly or in various directions. To move around aimlessly or in various directions. My dog loves to run about on the beach for hours. My dog loves to run about on the beach for hours. Mess about. Mess about. Meaning, to waste time or behave in a silly manner. To waste time or behave in a silly manner. Don't mess about with my camera. You'll break it. Don't mess about with my camera. You'll break it. Get about. Get about. Meaning, to travel or move from place to place. To travel or move from place to place. Since he broke his leg, he can't get about. Since he broke his leg, he can't get about. Ask about. Ask about. Meaning, to inquire about something. To inquire about something. The reason I called was to ask about the plans for Saturday. The reason I called was to ask about the plans for Saturday. Fool about. Fool about. Meaning, to act in a silly or playful way. To act in a silly or playful way. If you go to college, you must work hard and not fool about. If you go to college, you must work hard and not fool about. Call about. Call about. Meaning, to telephone someone with a specific reason. To telephone someone with a specific reason. I need to call about the job application I submitted last week. I need to call about the job application I submitted last week. Hear about. Hear about. Meaning, to receive information about something. To receive information about something. Did you hear about the new cafe that opened in the village? Did you hear about the new cafe that opened in the village? Rush about. Rush about. Meaning, to move quickly from place to place. To move quickly from place to place. I don't feel energetic enough to rush about, so I'll sit down. I don't feel energetic enough to rush about, so I'll sit down. Go along. Go along. Meaning, to proceed or continue with something. To proceed or continue with something. We'll figure it out as we go along. We'll figure it out as we go along. Bring along. Bring along. Meaning, to take someone or something with you. To take someone or something with you. Wives will have to bring along their marriage certificate. Wives will have to bring along their marriage certificate. Get along. Get along. Meaning, to have a good relationship with someone. To have a good relationship with someone. Do you and your brother get along? Do you and your brother get along? Come along. Come along. Meaning, to arrive or appear at a place. To arrive or appear at a place. A taxi should come along any minute now. A taxi should come along any minute now. Move along. Move along. Meaning, to progress or continue moving. To progress or continue moving. The policeman told the crowds to move along. The policeman told the crowds to move along. Tag along. Tag along. Meaning, to follow someone, often uninvited. To follow someone, often uninvited. Do you mind if I tag along with you to the supermarket? Do you mind if I tag along with you to the supermarket? Play along. Play along. Meaning, to pretend to agree with or go along with something. To pretend to agree with or go along with something. She felt she had to play along or risk losing her job. She felt she had to play along or risk losing her job. Be along. Be along. Meaning, to arrive or appear at a place, typically soon. To arrive or appear at a place, typically soon. Don't worry, she'll be along in a few minutes. Don't worry, she'll be along in a few minutes. Hurry along. Hurry along. Meaning, to make someone move faster. To make someone move faster. We need to hurry along if we want to catch the last bus. We need to hurry along if we want to catch the last bus. Sing along. Sing along. Meaning, to join in singing with someone or something. To join in singing with someone or something. Everyone at the concert started to sing along with the band. Everyone at the concert started to sing along with the band. Pass along. Pass along. Meaning, to convey or transmit information or an object to someone. To convey or transmit information or an object to someone. Please pass along the message to your team. Please pass along the message to your team. Follow along. Follow along. Meaning, to track or understand something as it progresses. To track or understand something as it progresses. I found it hard to follow along with the lecture because it was too fast. I found it hard to follow along with the lecture because it was too fast. Walk along. Walk along. Meaning, to walk next to or beside. To walk next to or beside. We felt exhilarated by our walk along the beach. We felt exhilarated by our walk along the beach. Shove along. Shove along. Meaning, to move or make space by pushing. To move or make space by pushing. Could you shove along a bit so I can sit down? Could you shove along a bit so I can sit down? Coast along. Coast along. Meaning, to make progress with little effort. To make progress with little effort. Laura was a bright kid, and she could coast along at school without too much effort. Laura was a bright kid, and she could coast along at school without too much effort. I went to the bookstore yesterday and found a rare edition of my favourite novel. I went to the bookstore yesterday and found a rare edition of my favourite novel. I went for a long walk in the park to clear my mind and enjoy the fresh air. I went for a long walk in the park to clear my mind and enjoy the fresh air. I went to the new cafe in the city and tried their famous blueberry muffin. I went to the new cafe in the city and tried their famous blueberry muffin. I went on a spontaneous road trip last weekend and discovered a charming little town. I went on a spontaneous road trip last weekend and discovered a charming little town. I went to the gym early this morning and had an intense workout session. I went to the gym early this morning and had an intense workout session. I went to visit my grandparents and spent the afternoon listening to their stories. I went to visit my grandparents and spent the afternoon listening to their stories. I went to a concert last night and was amazed by the energy of the live performance. I went to a concert last night and was amazed by the energy of the live performance. I went to the art gallery and was captivated by the contemporary pieces on display. I went to the art gallery and was captivated by the contemporary pieces on display. I went to the farmer's market and bought some fresh vegetables for dinner. I went to the farmer's market and bought some fresh vegetables for dinner. I went to a cooking class and learned how to make homemade pasta from scratch. I went to a cooking class and learned how to make homemade pasta from scratch. I had a wonderful time at the beach last weekend, soaking up the sun and swimming in the waves. I had a wonderful time at the beach last weekend, soaking up the sun and swimming in the waves. I had a feeling that something exciting was about to happen, and I was right. I had a feeling that something exciting was about to happen, and I was right. I had never seen such a breathtaking view until I reached the summit of the mountain. I had never seen such a breathtaking view until I reached the summit of the mountain. I had to work late into the night to finish the project, but it was worth it for the successful presentation. I had to work late into the night to finish the project, but it was worth it for the successful presentation. I had a delicious meal at the new restaurant in town and can't wait to go back. I had a delicious meal at the new restaurant in town and can't wait to go back. I had been looking forward to the concert for months, and it exceeded all my expectations. I had been looking forward to the concert for months, and it exceeded all my expectations. I had the opportunity to meet my favourite author during the book signing event. I had the opportunity to meet my favourite author during the book signing event. I had a productive day organising my workspace and clearing out old files. I had a productive day organising my workspace and clearing out old files. I had a dream about travelling the world, which inspired me to start planning my next adventure. I had a dream about travelling the world, which inspired me to start planning my next adventure. I had the chance to volunteer at the local shelter and felt a deep sense of fulfillment. I had the chance to volunteer at the local shelter and felt a deep sense of fulfillment. I was amazed by the stunning view from the top of the hill during our hike. I was amazed by the stunning view from the top of the hill during our hike. I was thrilled to receive the job offer I had been hoping for. I was thrilled to receive the job offer I had been hoping for. I was nervous before the big presentation, but felt a sense of relief once it was over. I was nervous before the big presentation, but felt a sense of relief once it was over. I was disappointed when the concert was cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. I was disappointed when the concert was cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. I was relieved to find my lost keys after searching the entire house. I was relieved to find my lost keys after searching the entire house. I was deeply touched by the kindness of the stranger who helped me when I was stranded. I was deeply touched by the kindness of the stranger who helped me when I was stranded. I was excited to start my new project and had a lot of creative ideas. I was excited to start my new project and had a lot of creative ideas. I was exhausted after running the marathon, but felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. I was exhausted after running the marathon, but felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. I was pleasantly surprised by the thoughtful gift from my friends on my birthday. I was pleasantly surprised by the thoughtful gift from my friends on my birthday. I was curious about the old photograph and decided to investigate its history. I was curious about the old photograph and decided to investigate its history. I gave my friend a thoughtful gift for her birthday, knowing she would love it. I gave my friend a thoughtful gift for her birthday, knowing she would love it. I gave a presentation at the conference that received positive feedback from the audience. I gave a presentation at the conference that received positive feedback from the audience. I gave my time as a volunteer at the local animal shelter over the weekend. I gave my time as a volunteer at the local animal shelter over the weekend. I gave detailed instructions to the team to ensure the project was completed on time. I gave detailed instructions to the team to ensure the project was completed on time. I gave my opinion on the new policy during the meeting, and it sparked a productive discussion. I gave my opinion on the new policy during the meeting, and it sparked a productive discussion. I gave the recipe to my neighbour, who was excited to try making the dish for her family. I gave the recipe to my neighbour, who was excited to try making the dish for her family. I gave my support to the charity by donating a significant amount of money. I gave my support to the charity by donating a significant amount of money. I gave up my seat on the crowded bus to someone who needed it more. I gave up my seat on the crowded bus to someone who needed it more. I gave the book a thorough review, highlighting its strengths and areas for improvement. I gave the book a thorough review, highlighting its strengths and areas for improvement. I gave a heartfelt speech at the wedding, expressing my best wishes to the newlyweds. I gave a heartfelt speech at the wedding, expressing my best wishes to the newlyweds. I let the children play outside while I prepared dinner in the kitchen. I let the children play outside while I prepared dinner in the kitchen. I let my friend borrow my book, hoping she would enjoy it as much as I did. I let my friend borrow my book, hoping she would enjoy it as much as I did. I let the old memories flood back when I stumbled upon my childhood photo album. I let the old memories flood back when I stumbled upon my childhood photo album. I let the opportunity slip by because I wasn't sure if I was ready for the challenge. I let the opportunity slip by because I wasn't sure if I was ready for the challenge. I let the rain wash away the stress from a long day at work. I let the rain wash away the stress from a long day at work. I let my creativity flow freely when I started painting for the first time in years. I let my creativity flow freely when I started painting for the first time in years. I let the silence of the forest calm my racing thoughts during my hike. I let the silence of the forest calm my racing thoughts during my hike. I let my little brother pick the movie for our family movie night. I let my little brother pick the movie for our family movie night. I let the excitement of the surprise party build up before revealing it to the guest of honor. I let the excitement of the surprise party build up before revealing it to the guest of honor. I let my guard down and shared my true feelings with someone I trusted. I let my guard down and shared my true feelings with someone I trusted. I came across an old friend while grocery shopping and we spent hours catching up. I came across an old friend while grocery shopping and we spent hours catching up. I came home to a surprise birthday party that my family had planned for me. I came home to a surprise birthday party that my family had planned for me. I came to realize that my true passion was in writing after several years of trying different careers. I came to realize that my true passion was in writing after several years of trying different careers. I came prepared with a detailed presentation, but the meeting took an unexpected turn. I came prepared with a detailed presentation, but the meeting took an unexpected turn. I came early to the event to help set up and make sure everything was perfect. I came early to the event to help set up and make sure everything was perfect. I came to appreciate the quiet moments in life after a hectic period of constant activity. I came to appreciate the quiet moments in life after a hectic period of constant activity. I came through the door and was greeted by the warm smell of fresh baked cookies. I came through the door and was greeted by the warm smell of fresh baked cookies. I came with a list of questions for the interview, eager to learn more about the company. I came with a list of questions for the interview, eager to learn more about the company. I came across a beautiful old book at a flea market that I just had to buy. I came across a beautiful old book at a flea market that I just had to buy. I came to the conclusion that sometimes the best solutions are the simplest ones. I came to the conclusion that sometimes the best solutions are the simplest ones. I spoke with the team about the new project deadlines and clarified everyone's responsibilities. I spoke with the team about the new project deadlines and clarified everyone's responsibilities. I spoke confidently during the presentation, which earned me positive feedback from the audience. I spoke confidently during the presentation, which earned me positive feedback from the audience. I spoke to my neighbour about the noise issue, and we came to a mutually agreeable solution. I spoke to my neighbour about the noise issue, and we came to a mutually agreeable solution. I spoke with my mentor about my career goals, and she offered valuable advice and encouragement. I spoke with my mentor about my career goals, and she offered valuable advice and encouragement. I spoke up during the meeting to share my ideas on improving the workflow. I spoke up during the meeting to share my ideas on improving the workflow. I spoke with the customer service representative to resolve the issue with my order. I spoke with the customer service representative to resolve the issue with my order. I spoke to the kids about the importance of teamwork and how it can lead to success. I spoke to the kids about the importance of teamwork and how it can lead to success. I spoke from the heart during my speech at the wedding, moving many guests to tears. I spoke from the heart during my speech at the wedding, moving many guests to tears. I spoke with the doctor about my health concerns and received a thorough explanation of the treatment options. I spoke with the doctor about my health concerns and received a thorough explanation of the treatment options. I spoke with the author during the book signing event and told her how much her work had inspired me. I spoke with the author during the book signing event and told her how much her work had inspired me. I felt a rush of excitement when I saw my favourite band walk onto the stage. I felt a rush of excitement when I saw my favourite band walk onto the stage. I felt a deep sense of relief after finally finishing the challenging project. I felt a deep sense of relief after finally finishing the challenging project. I felt a pang of nostalgia as I flipped through old family photo albums. I felt a pang of nostalgia as I flipped through old family photo albums. I felt a mix of pride and anxiety as I prepared to give my first major presentation. I felt a mix of pride and anxiety as I prepared to give my first major presentation. I felt a comforting warmth when my friends surrounded me with support during a tough time. I felt a comforting warmth when my friends surrounded me with support during a tough time. I felt a surge of motivation after reading an inspiring book that changed my perspective. I felt a surge of motivation after reading an inspiring book that changed my perspective. I felt overwhelming joy when I received the news that I had been accepted into my dream school. I felt overwhelming joy when I received the news that I had been accepted into my dream school. I felt a heavy sadness after hearing about the loss of a beloved pet. I felt a heavy sadness after hearing about the loss of a beloved pet. I felt a burst of energy after completing a morning workout and was ready to tackle the day. I felt a burst of energy after completing a morning workout and was ready to tackle the day. I felt a sense of accomplishment when I mastered a difficult skill I had been practicing for weeks. I felt a sense of accomplishment when I mastered a difficult skill I had been practicing for weeks. I kept a journal to document my thoughts and experiences throughout my travels. I kept a journal to document my thoughts and experiences throughout my travels. I kept my promise to call my friend every week, no matter how busy I was. I kept my promise to call my friend every week, no matter how busy I was. I kept the old letters in a box, preserving the memories of past relationships. I kept the old letters in a box, preserving the memories of past relationships. I kept a positive attitude despite the challenges I faced at work. I kept a positive attitude despite the challenges I faced at work. I kept practicing the piano every day, determined to improve my skills. I kept practicing the piano every day, determined to improve my skills. I kept the recipe a secret as a special surprise for my family dinner. I kept the recipe a secret as a special surprise for my family dinner. I kept a close eye on the cake while it baked, making sure it didn't burn. I kept a close eye on the cake while it baked, making sure it didn't burn. I kept all the important documents organized in a filing cabinet for easy access. I kept all the important documents organized in a filing cabinet for easy access. I kept the key to the house hidden in a safe place to ensure it was never lost. I kept the key to the house hidden in a safe place to ensure it was never lost. I kept my cool during the emergency, calmly directing everyone to safety. I kept my cool during the emergency, calmly directing everyone to safety. I stopped by the cafe on my way to work to grab a coffee. I stopped by the cafe on my way to work to grab a coffee. I stopped exercising for a week because of an injury. I stopped exercising for a week because of an injury. I stopped reading the book because it wasn't holding my interest. I stopped reading the book because it wasn't holding my interest. I stopped the car abruptly when I saw the deer crossing the road. I stopped the car abruptly when I saw the deer crossing the road. I stopped talking when I realized everyone was listening to me. I stopped talking when I realized everyone was listening to me. I stopped working on the project to take a much-needed break. I stopped working on the project to take a much-needed break. I stopped attending the weekly meetings due to a scheduling conflict. I stopped attending the weekly meetings due to a scheduling conflict. I stopped by the store to pick up some groceries for dinner. I stopped by the store to pick up some groceries for dinner. I stopped worrying about the problem once I found a solution. I stopped worrying about the problem once I found a solution. I stopped making excuses and decided to face the challenge head on. I stopped making excuses and decided to face the challenge head on. I built a treehouse in my garden when I was a kid. I built a treehouse in my garden when I was a kid. I built a custom bookshelf to fit perfectly in my living room. I built a custom bookshelf to fit perfectly in my living room. I built a model airplane from scratch as a weekend project. I built a model airplane from scratch as a weekend project. I built a strong network of professional contacts over the years. I built a strong network of professional contacts over the years. I built a sandcastle on the beach during our summer holiday. I built a sandcastle on the beach during our summer holiday. I built a rapport with my new team through regular meetings and open communication. I built a rapport with my new team through regular meetings and open communication. I built a small pond in my garden to attract local wildlife. I built a small pond in my garden to attract local wildlife. I built a business from the ground up and successfully launched it last year. I built a business from the ground up and successfully launched it last year. I built a website for my friend's business to help them establish an online presence. I built a website for my friend's business to help them establish an online presence. I built a shed in my garden to store my gardening tools and equipment. I built a shed in my garden to store my gardening tools and equipment. I ate a delicious breakfast of pancakes and fresh fruit this morning. I ate a delicious breakfast of pancakes and fresh fruit this morning. I ate too much popcorn at the movie theatre and felt stuffed afterwards. I ate too much popcorn at the movie theatre and felt stuffed afterwards. I ate sushi for the first time last night and really enjoyed it. I ate sushi for the first time last night and really enjoyed it. I ate a salad with grilled chicken for lunch to keep things healthy. I ate a salad with grilled chicken for lunch to keep things healthy. I ate a slice of chocolate cake to celebrate my friend's birthday. I ate a slice of chocolate cake to celebrate my friend's birthday. I ate leftovers from dinner because I didn't have time to cook. I ate leftovers from dinner because I didn't have time to cook. I ate a hearty bowl of soup to warm up on a chilly day. I ate a hearty bowl of soup to warm up on a chilly day. I ate a hearty meal at the new restaurant in town and was impressed by the flavours. I ate a hearty meal at the new restaurant in town and was impressed by the flavours. I ate a snack before heading to the gym to make sure I had enough energy. I ate a snack before heading to the gym to make sure I had enough energy. I ate a variety of international dishes at the food festival over the weekend. I ate a variety of international dishes at the food festival over the weekend. I found a beautiful necklace while cleaning out the attic. I found a beautiful necklace while cleaning out the attic. I found that the best way to study is to break the material into smaller sections. I found that the best way to study is to break the material into smaller sections. I found a great deal on a new laptop during the Black Friday sale. I found a great deal on a new laptop during the Black Friday sale. I found an old letter from my grandmother hidden in a box of photographs. I found an old letter from my grandmother hidden in a box of photographs. I found it difficult to concentrate with all the noise in the background. I found it difficult to concentrate with all the noise in the background. I found a new hiking trail that offers stunning views of the mountains. I found a new hiking trail that offers stunning views of the mountains. I found out that my favourite band is coming to town for a concert next month. I found out that my favourite band is coming to town for a concert next month. I found a charming little cafe that serves the best pastries in the city. I found a charming little cafe that serves the best pastries in the city. I found myself unexpectedly inspired by the book I was reading. I found myself unexpectedly inspired by the book I was reading. I found a solution to the problem after discussing it with my colleagues. I found a solution to the problem after discussing it with my colleagues. I met my best friend in high school and we've been inseparable ever since. I met my best friend in high school and we've been inseparable ever since. I met the author of my favourite book at a signing event last week. I met the author of my favourite book at a signing event last week. I met with the project team to discuss the upcoming deadline and deliverables. I met with the project team to discuss the upcoming deadline and deliverables. I met a fascinating artist at the gallery who gave me a tour of his studio. I met a fascinating artist at the gallery who gave me a tour of his studio. I met my neighbour for the first time during a community party. I met my neighbour for the first time during a community party. I met a fellow traveller on my trip to Japan who shared some great local tips. I met a fellow traveller on my trip to Japan who shared some great local tips. I met the new CEO at a company dinner and was impressed by her vision. I met the new CEO at a company dinner and was impressed by her vision. I met my partner through a mutual friend at a dinner party. I met my partner through a mutual friend at a dinner party. I met the challenge head on and was pleased with the positive outcome. I met the challenge head on and was pleased with the positive outcome. I met with my mentor to get feedback on my career development plan. I met with my mentor to get feedback on my career development plan. I spent the entire weekend organising my garage and decluttering old items. I spent the entire weekend organising my garage and decluttering old items. I spent a lot of time researching the best holiday destinations for our trip. I spent a lot of time researching the best holiday destinations for our trip. I spent my afternoon baking cookies and trying out new recipes. I spent my afternoon baking cookies and trying out new recipes. I spent a few hours at the library studying for my final exams. I spent a few hours at the library studying for my final exams. I spent the evening watching movies and relaxing after a busy week. I spent the evening watching movies and relaxing after a busy week. I spent a considerable amount of money on home improvements this year. I've spent a considerable amount of money on home improvements this year. I spent my birthday at a spa enjoying a day of pampering and relaxation. I spent my birthday at a spa enjoying a day of pampering and relaxation. I spent the morning working on a presentation for an important meeting. I spent the morning working on a presentation for an important meeting. I spent last summer travelling across Europe and exploring new cultures. I spent last summer travelling across Europe and exploring new cultures. I spent a lot of energy preparing for the big event and ensuring everything went smoothly. I spent a lot of energy preparing for the big event and ensuring everything went smoothly. I played football with my friends at the park yesterday. I played football with my friends at the park yesterday. I played the piano for an hour to practice my new piece. I played the piano for an hour to practice my new piece. I played a challenging board game with my family on game night. I played a challenging board game with my family on game night. I played a significant role in the school play and enjoyed every moment of it. I played a significant role in the school play and enjoyed every moment of it. I played a variety of video games during my holiday to unwind and relax. I played a variety of video games during my holiday to unwind and relax. I played a few rounds of tennis at the club to improve my skills. I played a few rounds of tennis at the club to improve my skills. I played with my dog in the garden, throwing the ball and enjoying the sunshine. I played with my dog in the garden, throwing the ball and enjoying the sunshine. I played a prank on my friend for their birthday, and it was all in good fun. I played a prank on my friend for their birthday, and it was all in good fun. I played a role in the community theatre production, which was a great experience. I played a role in the community theatre production, which was a great experience. I played some jazz tunes on my saxophone at the local open mic night. I played some jazz tunes on my saxophone at the local open mic night. I told my colleague about the new project deadline so she could plan accordingly. I told my colleague about the new project deadline so she could plan accordingly. I told my parents that I was thinking of taking a gap year before college. I told my parents that I was thinking of taking a gap year before college. I told my friend a secret that I had been keeping for months. I told my friend a secret that I had been keeping for months. I told the waiter about my food allergy to make sure my meal would be safe. I told the waiter about my food allergy to make sure my meal would be safe. I told the story of my recent trip to my family during our holiday gathering. I told the story of my recent trip to my family during our holiday gathering. I told my neighbour that their dog was running loose in the garden. I told my neighbour that their dog was running loose in the garden. I told my team that we needed to work late to finish the report on time. I told my team that we needed to work late to finish the report on time. I told the kids to clean their rooms before they could go out and play. I told the kids to clean their rooms before they could go out and play. I told my doctor about the symptoms I was experiencing so we could find a solution. I told my doctor about the symptoms I was experiencing so we could find a solution. I told my partner how much I appreciated their support during a tough time. I told my partner how much I appreciated their support during a tough time. I fixed the leaky tap in the kitchen after noticing it dripping for weeks. I fixed the leaky tap in the kitchen after noticing it dripping for weeks. I fixed the broken chair by tightening the screws and adding some wood glue. I fixed the broken chair by tightening the screws and adding some wood glue. I fixed my computer by reinstalling the operating system after a software crash. I fixed my computer by reinstalling the operating system after a software crash. I fixed the tear in my favourite shirt with a simple sewing kit. I fixed the tear in my favourite shirt with a simple sewing kit. I fixed the flat tyre on my bike so I could ride to work again. I fixed the flat tyre on my bike so I could ride to work again. I fixed the malfunctioning light switch by replacing the old wiring. I fixed the malfunctioning light switch by replacing the old wiring. I fixed the misalignment on the picture frame so it hung straight on the wall. I fixed the misalignment on the picture frame so it hung straight on the wall. I fixed the email settings on my phone to ensure I could receive messages properly. I fixed the email settings on my phone to ensure I could receive messages properly. I fixed the error in the report before submitting it to my manager. I fixed the error in the report before submitting it to my manager. I fixed the broken garden hose by replacing the damaged nozzle. I fixed the broken garden hose by replacing the damaged nozzle. I enjoyed a relaxing afternoon at the beach with a good book and a cool breeze. I enjoyed a relaxing afternoon at the beach with a good book and a cool breeze. I enjoyed the delicious homemade lasagna my friend prepared for dinner. I enjoyed the delicious homemade lasagna my friend prepared for dinner. I enjoyed participating in the community theatre production. It was a great experience. I enjoyed participating in the community theatre production. It was a great experience. I enjoyed exploring the vibrant markets during my trip to Morocco. I enjoyed exploring the vibrant markets during my trip to Morocco. I enjoyed watching the sunset from the top of the hill. The colours were breathtaking. I enjoyed watching the sunset from the top of the hill. The colours were breathtaking. I enjoyed the challenging hike up the mountain. The view from the summit was worth it. I enjoyed the challenging hike up the mountain. The view from the summit was worth it. I enjoyed the concert last night. The band played all of my favourite songs. I enjoyed the concert last night. The band played all of my favourite songs. I enjoyed the lively conversation over dinner with my old college friends. I enjoyed the lively conversation over dinner with my old college friends. I enjoyed working on the new art project. It was fulfilling to see my ideas come to life. I enjoyed working on the new art project. It was fulfilling to see my ideas come to life. I enjoyed spending the weekend with my family, playing games and sharing stories. I enjoyed spending the weekend with my family, playing games and sharing stories. I wanted to learn how to cook, so I signed up for a culinary class. I wanted to learn how to cook, so I signed up for a culinary class. I wanted to surprise my friend with a thoughtful gift for her birthday. I wanted to surprise my friend with a thoughtful gift for her birthday. I wanted to take a holiday to a tropical island and relax on the beach. I wanted to take a holiday to a tropical island and relax on the beach. I wanted to improve my fitness, so I started going to the gym regularly. I wanted to improve my fitness, so I started going to the gym regularly. I wanted to finish reading the book before the movie adaptation came out. I wanted to finish reading the book before the movie adaptation came out. I wanted to experience the local culture, so I spent the day exploring the city. I wanted to experience the local culture, so I spent the day exploring the city. I wanted to help with the community project, but my schedule was too tight. I wanted to help with the community project, but my schedule was too tight. I wanted to upgrade my old phone to the latest model with better features. I wanted to upgrade my old phone to the latest model with better features. I wanted to make a positive impact, so I volunteered at the animal shelter. I wanted to make a positive impact, so I volunteered at the animal shelter. I wanted to redecorate my room to give it a fresh and updated look. I wanted to redecorate my room to give it a fresh and updated look. I made a delicious chocolate cake for my sister's birthday party. I made a delicious chocolate cake for my sister's birthday party. I made a detailed plan for my upcoming road trip to ensure everything went smoothly. I made a detailed plan for my upcoming road trip to ensure everything went smoothly. I made a new friend at the conference who shares similar interests. I made a new friend at the conference who shares similar interests. I made a presentation for the meeting that highlighted our team's achievements. I made a presentation for the meeting that highlighted our team's achievements. I made a quilt from old t-shirts that held sentimental value. I made a quilt from old t-shirts that held sentimental value. I made a significant contribution to the charity fundraiser by organising a raffle. I made a significant contribution to the charity fundraiser by organising a raffle. I made a mistake on the report and had to correct it before submitting it. I made a mistake on the report and had to correct it before submitting it. I made a playlist of my favourite songs for the road trip. I made a playlist of my favourite songs for the road trip. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for our anniversary dinner. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for our anniversary dinner. I made a lasting impression with my speech at the graduation ceremony. I made a lasting impression with my speech at the graduation ceremony. I worked late into the night to complete the project before the deadline. I worked late into the night to complete the project before the deadline. I worked at a local bookstore during my summer break to earn some extra money. I worked at a local bookstore during my summer break to earn some extra money. I worked on improving my public speaking skills by attending workshops. I worked on improving my public speaking skills by attending workshops. I worked alongside my colleagues to develop a new marketing strategy for the company. I worked alongside my colleagues to develop a new marketing strategy for the company. I worked diligently to fix the issues in the software before the product launch. I worked diligently to fix the issues in the software before the product launch. I worked as a volunteer at the community centre to help organise the annual fundraiser. I worked as a volunteer at the community centre to help organise the annual fundraiser. I worked on my garden over the weekend, planting new flowers and vegetables. I worked on my garden over the weekend, planting new flowers and vegetables. I worked with a mentor to refine my resume and prepare for job interviews. I worked with a mentor to refine my resume and prepare for job interviews. I worked through a challenging problem in my geometry class with the help of a tutor. I worked through a challenging problem in my geometry class with the help of a tutor. I worked on designing a custom logo for my friend's new business venture. I worked on designing a custom logo for my friend's new business venture. I brought my favourite book to read during the long train ride. I brought my favourite book to read during the long train ride. I brought a homemade pie to the buffet dinner for everyone to enjoy. I brought a homemade pie to the buffet dinner for everyone to enjoy. I brought my dog to the park so he could play with other dogs. I brought my dog to the park so he could play with other dogs. I brought a camera to capture the beautiful sunset on our holiday. I brought a camera to capture the beautiful sunset on our holiday. I brought extra snacks for the road trip to keep everyone energized. I brought extra snacks for the road trip to keep everyone energized. I brought my laptop to the cafe to get some work done while enjoying a coffee. I brought my laptop to the cafe to get some work done while enjoying a coffee. I brought a gift for the baby shower to celebrate the new arrival. I brought a gift for the baby shower to celebrate the new arrival. I brought my family to the local fair to enjoy the rides and games. I brought my family to the local fair to enjoy the rides and games. I brought a notebook and pen to take notes during the seminar. I brought a notebook and pen to take notes during the seminar. I brought a warm jacket for the chilly evening at the outdoor concert. I brought a warm jacket for the chilly evening at the outdoor concert. I thought the meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m., but it was actually at 11 a.m. I thought the meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m., but it was actually at 11 a.m. I thought the concert tickets were sold out, but I managed to find a few available. I thought the concert tickets were sold out, but I managed to find a few available. I thought the movie would be a comedy, but it turned out to be a drama. I thought the movie would be a comedy, but it turned out to be a drama. I thought the recipe required more spices, so I added a bit extra for flavour. I thought the recipe required more spices, so I added a bit extra for flavour. I thought the new policy would be difficult to implement, but it was quite straightforward. I thought the new policy would be difficult to implement, but it was quite straightforward. I thought I left my keys on the kitchen counter, but I found them in my bag instead. I thought I left my keys on the kitchen counter, but I found them in my bag instead. I thought the deadline was next week, so I was relieved to discover it was today. I thought the deadline was next week, so I was relieved to discover it was today. I thought the weather would be sunny, but it ended up raining all day. I thought the weather would be sunny, but it ended up raining all day. I thought my presentation was clear, but I received some questions that indicated otherwise. I thought my presentation was clear, but I received some questions that indicated otherwise. I thought the book was going to be a quick read, but it turned out to be more complex than I expected. I thought the book was going to be a quick read, but it turned out to be more complex than I expected. I said I would be there by 7 p.m, but traffic made me late. I said I would be there by 7 p.m, but traffic made me late. I said my goodbyes before leaving the party. I said my goodbyes before leaving the party. I said I'd help with the project, but I didn't realise how much work it would be. I said I'd help with the project, but I didn't realise how much work it would be. I said something funny, and everyone in the room started laughing. I said something funny, and everyone in the room started laughing. I said I loved the gift, even though it wasn't really my style. I said I loved the gift, even though it wasn't really my style. I said I was sorry for the misunderstanding and tried to make amends. I said I was sorry for the misunderstanding and tried to make amends. I said I'd call when I got home, but I forgot. I said I'd call when I got home, but I forgot. I said we should go out for dinner to celebrate the promotion. I said we should go out for dinner to celebrate the promotion. I said no to the invitation because I already had plans. I said no to the invitation because I already had plans. I said I would finish the report by Friday, and I made sure to meet the deadline. I said I would finish the report by Friday, and I made sure to meet the deadline.